coaches, official delegates, and spectators to the 2024 ISU World Speed Skating Championship. Calgary has a rich history of speed skating success, and we're excited to welcome this prestigious competition back to the Olympic Oval for the first time since 1998. We're excited to offer a whole new generation of skaters and fans the opportunity to participate at a World Championship here in Calgary on the fastest ice in the world. C'est un grand plaisir d'accueillir les prestigieux championnats du monde de patinage de vitesse à Calgary pour la première fois en 25 ans. Hosting an event of this magnitude would not be possible without the funding and support from our loyal partners at the Government of Canada, the Government of Alberta, Tourism Calgary, and Intact Insurance. A big thank you as well to the members of the organizing committee, as well as the hundreds of volunteers for their valuable contribution to this event. Your hard work and dedication will help make this a memorable experience for everyone involved. Bonne chance aux 188 patineurs représentant 22 pays, dont 19 Canadiens, qui participeront au cours des 4 prochains jours. Nous espérons que les courses et l'événement seront à la hauteur de vos attentes. The last time Calgary hosted the World Championships in 1998, legendary Canadian skaters such as Katriona Lemaidon, Jeremy Waterspoon, and Sylvain Bouchard reached the podium. Over the next 4 days, fans will have the opportunity to watch the next generation of Canadian skaters make their mark on the world stage. Be sure to cheer them on loudly to help give them a true home ice advantage. Merci.
Thank you, John. Next, we are honored to host the World Speed Skating Championships on behalf of our colleagues at the International Skating Union. ISU President, Mr. Jae-Yu Kim, is with us today, and throughout the entire meet, they will now deliver words of welcome.
Dear skating fans, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the International Skating Union, it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you to the ISU World Speed Skating Championship 2024. It's very exciting to be back in Calgary at the historic speed skating pool, and this will offer one of the fastest ice in the world.
The World Cup season is over. 6 stops on 3 continents provided plenty of entertainment. But all that culminates with World Championship season. And all that starts right here. For the first time in a quarter century, Calgary and the Calgary Olympic Oval plays host to the ISU World Speed Skating Championships. The first of 4 days of action from the host of the 1988 Winter Olympics is about to get going. Hello everybody, Gavin Day here, once again happy to be on the call. You just saw the schedule coming up from the campus of the University of Calgary, which is just a little bit to the north of the city's downtown core. You will find the Calgary Olympic Oval. And there are 4 events today: women's 3,000 meters, men's 5,000 meters, as well as the team sprints for both men and women. A look inside the Calgary Olympic Oval. As I mentioned, the host of the 1988 Winter Olympics. And it once laid claim, really, to the fastest ice in the world, although these days that rests firmly in Salt Lake City. Plenty of action over the course of the weekend. You saw some of the banners hanging up there in the rafters honoring some of the great Canadian speed skaters, and it will be added to this weekend, including the men's 2010 Olympic Team Pursuit champion. They will get a special honor. And of course, you just saw a look at a crest of the United States. Jordan Stolz will be one of the stories of the weekend. 3 times world champion last year. The first to ever win 3 world championships in one single world championship event. Can he do it again? Certainly on form coming in. Lots more to come. Stay with us. First event, women's 3,000 meters, about to get going in just a few minutes. A look at the starting lists. And look at that, pair number 8, Ragna Wiklund and Martina Sablikova. I think paired for the 3rd time this season. Of course, look out for Marijke Groenewold, Irene Schouten, Valerie Malte, the Canadian. And look on early on is Isabel Weidman, the Canadian, peaking at just the right time after a slow start to the season. And we are going to get going right away with pair number 1 on the inner lane is Yuka Takahashi, 21 years old, out of Japan, and Laura Lorenzato, the 25-year-old out of Italy.
In the first of 10 pairings in the inside lane, from Japan, Yuka Takahashi. And in the outer lane, from Italy, Laura Lorenzato. Good luck, skaters.
Go to the start. Ready.
As is always the case, if you're just tuning in for the first time, the lower-seeded skaters tend to be in the earlier pairings, and we're expected to get faster as we go along. But you just never know. There could be one of those youngsters who makes that big breakthrough at the right moment at the World Championships. Takahashi is a 21-year-old. Her best finish was in the B division in Salt Lake City with an 8th place in the B division. Both of these skaters tend to skate at that level, at least for this season anyway. Lorenzato, her best finish was a 4th in the B division. That was in Stavanger in Norway. Lorenzato was also 10th at the European Championships. That was in Heerenveen in the Netherlands, which was the host of last year's World Championships. The famous ice at Tialf.
So let's talk about preparation for skaters these short, rather middle, long distances. Just one training technique where these racers go through over their career.
Takahashi, personal best 4:07.96. Lorenzato 4:09.02. Seems a good crowd in Calgary. An event like this, I would not be surprised if they brought out some school kids to provide some atmosphere, enthusiastic there. Of orange as well in the crowd. Dutch fans are never far away, particularly in a multicultural country like Canada. There is no shortage of people with Dutch heritage. Pretty comparable speeds between these two skaters right now. Consistency is the name of the game. Lorenzato started slowly, really skating into this. Lorenzato, her personal best is just over a second slower than Takahashi. Of course, different ice conditions do favor different skaters. Later on, you'll see the great Martina Sablikova. One analyst that I sort of spoke with, she was telling me that Sablikova does tend to do better on the slower ice. Calgary, it's not the world's fastest ice these days. However, it is still pretty quick. You are at elevation there in Calgary. Very close pairing. Look at that, 0.02 of a second between them on that last lap. There's Lorenzato going a couple ticks faster on the speedometer. It's always crucial in these races. It's keeping their speed around the corner. Very even opening pair. It's Takahashi by just a little bit. Got started in Nagano, the famous M-Wave for the 1998 Olympic Games. However, she does live and train up at the Oval in Obito, which is where we started the World Cup season on the island of Hokkaido. If you're a regular speed skating watcher, you'll just see that the World Junior Championships just wrapped up in Hachinohe City. There is the bell. It's Takahashi now grabbing this pair by the scruff of the neck. Puts almost 0.8 of a second onto Lorenzato that last lap. They were side by side for a large chunk of this race. It is still Takahashi in front, moving into that outer lane, keeping both arms on the back, a grit of the teeth. We'll see if she drops the arms, and no, she's just going to keep that tempo going all the way to the line. It's going to be Takahashi taking the first pair, setting the time to beat 4:10.73. Lorenzato with a 4:12.04. If you were watching from Salt Lake City a couple of weeks ago, just about every pair, racers were putting up personal best times, especially if they had not skated on that fast ice in Salt Lake City. We'll see what they've done in Calgary, if the so many variables dictate how an ice feels and how it skates, what's the air pressure like, things like that. So we'll see if the ice makers in Calgary are eager to reclaim some of that lost luster of having the world's fastest ice, which, as I mentioned, is really firmly encamped in Salt Lake City these days. Second pair, inner lane, Caitlin McGregor from Switzerland. and the young American skater, 19 years old, Greta Meyer.
And in the outer lane, with a personal best time of 4:05:06 from the United States of America, Greta Myers.
Go to the stop. Red.
I would not be surprised if both of these skaters have family in attendance this weekend in Calgary. McGregor has plenty of Canadian family, born in Zurich. Her father was a hockey coach and player over there for a while, but largely a hockey coach in Zurich, but still has plenty of family over in Canada. Myers, Calgary does have a pretty busy international airport, so very easy for family to get to from just about anywhere. Of course, Calgary, Alberta, really the hub of the oil and gas sector in Canada, and so there's certainly a lot of flights down to and from Houston in the southern United States, so certainly both of these skaters have skating or cheering contingents on hand. McGregor only skated up in the A division in this distance once, and that was at the last World Cup stop in Quebec City. She picked up a 16th place. That does have a top 3 in a B division in Salt Lake City. You're going to see McGregor, odds are, in the mass start as well. Myers, she turned some heads at the Four Continents Championship in Salt Lake City recently. She picked up a bronze in the 1500 meters. Myers was 4th. That's her top finish in the B division. That was in Obihiro to start the season. Myers going over the top on that crossover there. Only just. That's a big mental boost when you're going over the top on the crossover from the outer to the inner. Both of the skaters in the green at the moment, so they're clocking the fastest 2 times. Pacing, always important in this distance. And McGregor closing things up. She's certainly carrying more speed into that corner. Certainly has a decade more of experience on Greta Myers. The more you skate this race, the more you know how to time yourself and pace yourself. And there she just knocked out 7/10 of a second from Myers. And McGregor presumptively in P1 and pulling away. It is clearly McGregor in front now with 2 laps to go. And just knocked out about a second. A full second off Greta Myers. And McGregor started slow, skated into it. At this pace, she will put up the fastest time. A lot can happen, of course, in the final lap, but Myers certainly looking a little bit more labored. McGregor, her personal best time at 4:04.25. She's good chance actually to maybe get a personal best. Dropping both the arms, she's gonna have those going for a long way. Just wants to keep the momentum going, keep the legs ticking over, carrying as much speed as she can into the corner. It's almost a sprint for her with whatever energy she has left. She's almost rising out of that low position. It is McGregor who's going to take it. She'll go 4:07.68, 4:10.28 for Myers. So neither of those skaters really in the end close to their personal best times, but McGregor goes 3 seconds quicker than Yuka Takahashi and will move atop the leaderboard.
In this pairing, which was interesting to watch, and probably two different race strategies for the Swiss and the American, just finishing up pair number 2.
Chance for her maybe to look up to see some of her Canadian family in attendance. Next pair now, ready to go. Mia Manganello, the American, and Sophie Carolina Haugen of Norway.
Mia Manganello. And in the outer lane with a personal best time of 4:02.66 from the country of Norway, Sophia Carolina Haugen.
Those who the starts.
Manganello, another one of the skaters who we will likely see in the mass start. One of the top skaters in the world in the mass start. She was up there in the world rankings, or the World Cup rankings, for most of the season. The American veteran, Olympic medalist in the team pursuit from 2018 as well. Haugen, not one we see terribly often on World Cup. She's skated a lot of B division races in the 3,000 meters on the World Cup circuit, and we don't stream those, so don't really often get to see that name on your screen. Sophia Carolina Haugen, 28 years old. She was 8th in this distance at the World Championship, or European Championships, pardon me. Haugen from Sandefjord in Norway. Sociology major at the University of Stavanger. Or Stavanger, one of the places that often hosts World Cup races in speed skating. But she's been around. She's been on the World Cup circuit skating internationally for a number of years now. Manganello's story is, of course, well told. Just missed qualifying for the 2010 Olympics. Took up cycling. Raced that professionally for several years. Felt the itch to get back on the skates. Did just that. And then, as I mentioned, won a bronze medal in 2018. It was actually the first U.S. long track medal since 2010, as they were shut out of the Sochi Olympics in 2014. Manganello was 19th in this distance at the 2022 Olympics in Beijing. At the ice ribbon, saw that earlier this year as the second World Cup stop. Just a reminder of where we've been this year. Started in Obihito, up on the island of Hokkaido in Japan. Went to Beijing. Third stop was in Stavanger in Norway. And then the fourth stop was in Poland. That was right up before the December break and after the holiday season. Finished things off in Salt Lake City and in Quebec City at the new indoor oval there. In between, there was the European Championships in Heronville, the Four Continents Championship in Salt Lake City as well. So, have skates will travel, certainly. A couple laps to go. It's Manganello in front. Haugen skating very comparatively similar times. That last lap, a couple tenths of a second's the difference, a couple tenths of a second. Both of them off the pace at the moment. Caitlin McGregor of Switzerland currently the leader. Greta Myers of the United States in second. similar speeds between these two skaters. It's Manganello in front at the moment. Very experienced skater, lap time 33.84. We'll see what kind of speed she can carry over the last lap. She too dropping both the arms already, just like McGregor did. Whatever you can do to keep the legs ticking over as the pain overtakes you. Just have to keep striding. It's going to be Manganello taking pair number 3. She will go second, 4:08.99. Haugen goes to 5th, 4:11 even. Just about exactly the same time on that last lap. So Manganello goes into second. Caitlin McGregor's time survives its first challenge. And expect the roar of the home crowd here coming up.
In pairing number 4, in the inside lane, with a sub 4 personal best of 3:55.33, our very own from Ottawa, Canada, Isabel Weideman.
Is Weideman.
And in the outer lane,
And on the outer lane, 28-year-old Sandrine Tass from Belgium.
Sandrine Tash.
Go to the start. Red.
The big question is just which Isabel Weideman is going to turn up. She had a slow start to the season, took a break for a few World Cup stops to focus on this latter half of the season, particularly these World Championships. The bronze medalist from the Olympics in the 3,000 meters did pick up her best World Cup finish of the season in Quebec City, the last stop right before coming here. That was a 4th place. She was also second at the 4 continents, and so perhaps biding her time and peaking at the right moment, but the reason is she's only in the 4th pairing and not closer to the end is particularly that reason. The slow start, the time off. And Tass, meanwhile, 11th in the European Championships. Best finish on the World Cup circuit was a 6th in the B division in Salt Lake City not too long ago. She's from Ostend in Belgium, which is right along the North Sea, closing in on the border with France there. And it is Weideman in front right now. Keep an eye on that lap time, 30.43. The best in the world find a time that they can sort of keep most of the race, or at least come close to. You want to prevent huge drop-offs in time, because once the energy runs out and once the lactic kicks in, you just start to see huge chunks of time fading away. And so, as I always say, I'll say it again and again and again, consistency is the key. Weideman goes a 38.2, Tass into the 32s, and so Weideman finding a nice groove here. She'll also be part of that Canadian team pursuit side, I have no doubt, with Valerie Malte and Yvonne Blondin, the Olympic champions. Another one at 30.9. Very, very good from Weideman, not having much of a drop-off in time there. Maybe a 1/10 of a second, 3 seconds to the good over Caitlin McGregor. And some extra wind in the sails, perhaps, from the home support. Weideman, 2 laps to go. Still powering on. Does not seem to show much exhaustion right now. 31-1 the last lap time. This might be one to watch. From the 4th pair, Weideman. She did have a win in the B division earlier this season that was faster than the winning A division time on World Cup. However, it was in a quad, a quartet, as opposed to a single pair, and that might affect the time, I've been told. 7:03 ahead of the pace. Weideman, time to spare. Now the pain may be seeping in a little bit, but she still looks very fresh. Slight grimace. Weideman, though, going to put up the fastest time. The home support pushing her to the line. Here comes Weideman, dropping both the arms, one hand on the leg now. Weideman will go top. What's the time? 3:58.01 by nearly 10 seconds. I believe the gauntlet has just been thrown down to the rest of the field. That's a smile. That I'm going to take her word for it. When an experienced skater likes that, is happy with it. Huge grin, big wave to the home crowd. I think that's a race well skated by Isabelman. About 2.5, almost 3 seconds off her personal best. But still, Weideman now the fastest time to beat. Yang Bin-yu, 21 years old. And on the other lane, Elisa Dull of the Netherlands, 25 years old.
The outer lane with a personal best time of 3:59.30 from the Netherlands, Elisa Dull.
Go to the start. Red.
Duel out of Zwolle. Her best finish was a 5th in this distance at the World Cup stop in Poland in December. Tomaszów Mazowiecki. Both of them with pretty fast openers. 7 laps to go, though. A lot happens over the next race. Over this whole race, rather. Yang, 6th in Salt Lake City. So it should be a very even pairing here. About 2 seconds separate their best times.
Through 600. Lap times in the low 30 seconds, 30.1. The Dutch skater, Elisa Dull, has the ability to go sub-4, as she's done it before in her personal best. We'll see if we can challenge that. And
Yang is out of Harbin, which I believe posted oval as well.
Might be challenging, but if anybody can do it probably in this pairing, it might be Dull from the Netherlands. Yang building an early lead.
Out in front at the moment. About 0.6 of a second over Dull's time right now. Yang tried a few different sports as a child. Table tennis, figure skating. But due to her height, she says she jumped into speed skating. China did not take part at the Four Continents Championship in Salt Lake a couple of weeks ago. The previous event, though, she won 3 medals. Team sprint gold, mass start silver, team pursuit bronze. be a good draft. As Duel goes over, Yang gets sucked along a little bit. And I'm going to be talking about that a lot over the course of the weekend, the draft, and it's just the slipstream effect. The skater in front breaks the wind, and you just sort of get pulled along, and it is proven to help you as you're pulled along. Now they've both fallen behind the time set by Weideman. Testament to the speed that Weideman carried for the entire race. Both of these skaters now lapping in the 32 range. Weideman was in the high 30s for a lot of the race. It is Yang in front. 2 laps to go. Yang still in charge at the moment. Duel perhaps stopping the bleeding a little bit, dropping just a 1/10 of a second that time around. This could be an interesting crossover. It will be Yang going over the top, but just barely. Certainly provide a little wind in the sails, a little reason for encouragement as the pain starts to settle in now. Coming up to the bell, it is still Yang. She is a good distance off the time set by Weideman. Again, Duel not losing too much time that last lap. And it is Yang dropping both the arms, trying to carry the speed into the final corner. Mouth agape, pain evident. Yang Bin-Yu gonna take the pair. Everything she has left into the final few strides, and she will go second. 4:04.86. Duel goes 4:06.54. Second and third at the moment.
And the 1, 2, 3 positions remain the same so far after 5 pairings. Isabel Weideman. Actually, there's a shift on the second one. Yang Bin-Yu is in the second spot. And Elisa Duel.
Weideman's time now holds up to the first challenge.
1, 2, 3 at this point with 5 pairings to go.
Halfway through the women's 3,000 meters, still to come the men's 5,000 meters, and then for something completely different, the team sprints. Sixth pair moving right along. Momoka Horikawa out of Japan, 20 years old. And on the outer lane, Magdalena Chiszczon, the 28-year-old out of Poland.
Personal best time of 4:05.32 from Poland, Magdalena Chiszczon.
Go to the start. Red.
Horikawa, former world junior champion in this distance. Also picked up a bronze medal at the first stop of the season at home in Obihiro. Then after that, 3 times finishing in 10th place on World Cup. And then also 4th at the 4 continents. Chiszczon, meanwhile, top finish in this distance was a 10th place at the World Cup stop in Beijing. So most of the World Cup finishes in 10th are owned by these 2 women. 4 of the 6 times the 10th place finisher in the women's 3,000 meters on World Cup was either Momoka Horikawa or Magdalena Chiszczon. Of course, there was 1 5,000 meters skated this season as well, so that would have been 5 3,000 meter races. It would be a pretty even race in the offing. Horikawa, though, 20 years old, at that age, going faster just about every time you set foot on the ice. And at the moment, it is Horikawa through the first 1,000 meters. Horikawa, 31.5 lap time there. Remember, Weideman was putting up 30.8 at this stage. But of course, different tactics. Could be a race where they put in a surge late. But at the moment, it is Horikawa in charge over Magdalena Chischon. Horikawa is from Taiki, which is on the island of Hokkaido, so not too far from the Obihito Oval, from the confines. And that home ice for her in the first World Cup stop of the season. As much as made of the men's Japanese sprint prowess. We'll have a good look at them over the course of the weekend. And the middle distance, and of course we will see plenty of the great Miho Takagi over the weekend. What's funny to note about Miho Takagi is she has never won a World Single Distance Championship. Everything she's won, she's never won a World Championship in a distance. Hoping to change that this weekend. But Horikawa trying to be the future of distance skating in that Japanese program. Horikawa still lapping in the 32s.
Absolutely amazing. They're kind, they're gentle, they think in we mentality. I had the most fun time in Japan and will not hesitate to go back after my recent visit. In both the north and middle part of Japan.
Horikawa certainly the faster of the two skaters. She'll be the one to watch now. She's down into the 32.8 this time. That is a 7-second gap to Isabel Weideman. And so Weideman's time, it is going to hold up to another pair. Some big names still to come. But that's a huge, huge time gap to Weideman's time. Several seconds. And it is going to be Horikawa 4:06.07. She slots into third place. And Chischon goes 4:15.35. So just one skater under 4 minutes at the moment. About 4 pairs to come, including most of the big hardware winners from the World Cup season. Pair number 7, the Japanese skater Yuna Onodera, the 25-year-old, and Han Mei from China.
In the 7th pairing, into the inside lane with a personal best time of 4:10.18 from Japan, Yuna Onodera. And in the outer lane, with a personal best time of 3:58.76 from the country of China, Han Mei.
Go to the start. Red.
Han has a bronze medal from the World Cup stop in Beijing earlier this season. Onodera 3 times, finishing in 14th place on the World Cup circuit. Her best spot was also in Beijing. That was 11th. The fastest openers, or they're faster than the time set by Isabel Weideman. Of course, a long, long way to go. Han, Beijing Olympian, finished in 11th in the 5,000 meters, 11th in the 1,500 meters, and 15th in the 3,000 meters. Han, perhaps more of a 1500 meter specialist. He's picked up a couple medals in the 1500 meters this season. I'll talk about the 1500 a lot as being that interesting collision of sprinters and distance skaters, who the sprinters, like the morning glory horse, going out fast and then just trying to hang on, while the distance skaters are really just firing up the engines. Han was second in the World Cup 1500 meter standings this season. That would be, of course, behind the great Miho Takagi of Japan.
Two Canadians are coming up, also pairing 9 and pairing 10.
And at the moment, Han still in front, lapping a 31.3 there, 4 laps to go, and this might be where the legs start to sap Han. Quick starter with that 1,000 meter and 1,500 experience. But the 3,000 meters is a different beast altogether. Data, 25 years old. And now Han dips into the red now. She laps into the 31.8. Onodera not dropping too much time right now. Onodera, who lives in Obihiro. Seeming more Japanese skaters are based out of that oval these days. Not so many out of the Nagano area. Onodera, I'd be surprised if she also skates the team pursuit. Silver medal at the Four Continents Championship in team pursuit. That was behind the Canadian team. Still in front right now. Coming up to 1 to go. Han dipping now into the 33s, and so that time fading away from Isabel Weideman's time. Surviving another challenge from the looks of things. Will be Han coming around. This one will also not be able to crack Isabel Weideman's time. Han Mei will move into second place, 4:03.73. And Onodera, 4:07.60, good enough for sixth. And again, it's still just under 6 seconds difference between second and first place. So Weideman's time, head and shoulders at the moment above her competitors, but the final 3 pairs, yikes. Here we go. And this one could be big. 8th pair, Ragnar Wiklund and Martina Sablikova. Oh my goodness. Shall I list some of the accomplishments of the woman starting in the outer lane? Sablikova 16 times world single distance titles, 10 of them in the 5,000 meters. And she's admitted she doesn't have the top speed of the likes of Irene Schouten and Ragnar Wiklund, but she has that consistency which makes the 5,000 meters maybe more to her liking. No other skater, man or woman, has more than 8 titles in a single event. Sablikova has 10 in the 5,000 meters. Also, Sablikova trying to become the oldest winner of an individual World Championship event. Sablikova's 36. Bob DeYoung and Joey Mantia were both 35 when they won their last World Championships. Now, Weekland will be interesting to watch. She's not had her best results in recent months. She's had some sickness. She's had some back issues. She is the overall distance World Cup champion. 3 times a gold medal in the 3,000 meters on World Cup. A bronze at the Euros, but then I'm looking at her last 2 World Cup stops. 9th in Salt Lake City and 5th in Quebec. So, how has her recovery been? And she's admitted last year she felt like she was full of confidence going into the Worlds. She won the 3,000 meters last year. This year she says she feels like she's coming from behind. So we'll see what that chip on her shoulder is like this time around. These 2 skaters, Weekland was gold, Sablikova was bronze. At the moment, is Sablikova in front. Both of them slight advantages over Weideman. If Sablikova can keep up this pace, she is one of the most consistent skaters of all time. Unflappable, tired, feeling great. Her face will not give it away. Barely. You might see a slight change in expression. But Sablikova has a magnificent poker face. Both of these skaters. About a quarter of a second right now. Sablikova dipping into the 31s. This is a real challenge to Weideman's time. There's still 2 more pairs to come. Sablikova at the moment. Weekland dipping into the red now. Sablikova just hanging on. As Isabel Weideman pulled one over the favorites. Was not the best start of the season. Has she thrown one down when it matters most? How important will this time check be? At the bell, Sablikova dips into the red. Weideman still in front. Sablikova 0.3 of a second off of Weideman's pace. Weekland almost a full second. Maybe a slight draft for Sablikova chasing Weekland down. Sablikova, the experienced all-time great of speed skating, coming to the line. How will she challenge the time set by Isabel Weideman? Sablikova does not do it. 3:58.33. Just over 0.3 of a second. Weekland goes to third at 3:59.84. And Isabel Weideman still position number 1. With 2 pairs to go. Ninth pair, Marijke Groenewald of the Netherlands. You'll see her certainly a lot. You're going to see both of these women a lot in that mass start coming up. Even Blondin, the Canadian who seemingly does just about every event on the other lane.
3:56.27 from the Netherlands, Marijke Groenewald. And in the outer lane with a personal best time of 3:56.88, one of our own from Ottawa, Canada, Ebony Blondin.
Gold
So Cronenwald, she skipped the first World Cup of the season in Obihiro in Japan, and so that meant she had to start in the B division in Beijing. She won that in this distance, and then after that she was A division the entire season. She's the European champion in this distance. Silver in the 3000 in Poland. But the last few weeks, she was a 4th in Salt Lake City and 8th in Quebec City. So it will be interesting how she goes. Former roller skater. In line. And it certainly is a fast start from Cronenwald. You always wonder when you see so many skaters failing to keep up, did she maybe start too quickly? That, of course, will unfold over the next few moments. If she keeps clocking times like that, the belief will certainly grow more and more. Cronenwald now 30.7. She is about a second faster than Weideman's time, and if you remember Weideman, she was going about 30.8. Blondin a little bit further behind, but all eyes on Cronenwald at the moment. 25-year-old, actually just turned 25 late last month. Losing just a little bit of time. Blondin lapping pretty comparably to Cronenwald. There's the first look at the live split on the bottom left corner. Weideman, the time is ticking down. Cronenwald losing time as she goes down the back stretch. And there it is. Weideman now virtually in front. As Cronenwald, a 1/10 of a second off the pace. Now she's losing, now she's fading. Weideman sitting and watching as another skater fails to match her time. Weideman's World Championship medals are all in team pursuit. This looks like another one fading away. Cronenwald can't sustain it into the 32s. She's now off the podium, out right now. A second off the pace. Her face giving it all away. Cronenwald is feeling the pain now. If you ask what you have in reserve and see that face, the answer, I don't think, is much left. There is the bell. Cronenwald 1.7 off the pace. So Isabel Weideman still provisionally fastest. With one pair to go, Cronenwald has to get to the finish. She has to throw something down in the final few meters just to get back into podium contention. Sablikova and Weekland are second and third at the moment. Cronenwald, is she able to get up onto the podium? Yes, just barely. 3:59.81. So Cronenwald does drop one down on the final lap to perhaps salvage something.
Probably not the race even Blondin wanted, but Houlihan got a race to take her into the...
If there's one person who can knock off her teammate, or one person who can knock off Cronenwald, it is her teammate in the final pair.
Martina Sablikova in the second spot, and Marika Houlihan in the third
So
spot.
Marika Cronenwald now slotting up into third place. And Weideman by just over 0.3 of a second is the fastest. But look out, last pair, Valerie Malte of Canada. And that woman, silver medal last year at the World Championships, Irena Slaughton.
And in the outer lane with a personal best time of 3:59.20.
Malte, perhaps having the season of her life, so often known just for her team pursuit prowess with Weideman and Blondet. But for the first time, she won individual distance medals this year in the 3,000 meters, bronze in both Salt Lake and Quebec City. Also won the overall mass start title. Sloughtun, meanwhile, the Olympic champion in this distance, the 5,000 meters and the mass start. 4 medals overall. Another one who skipped that first stop in Obihito in Japan. Sloughtun from Zwaagdijk Oost, north of Amsterdam, the 31-year-old. Certainly a fast start. We've seen that before, though. So how much time can Sloughtun put in the bank? Because we know Weideman put on a fearsome charge late. Starting with an 8 in Beijing in 3,000 meters. Set a track record in Stavanger in the 5,000 meters. That was racing in the B division. And then won bronze in Poland in Sloughtun. The live split at the moment, still hanging on right now. At what point does the time start to slip away as Weideman's fearsome charge takes hold? 4 to go. Sloughtun still just over a second at the moment. Already into the 31s though. What does Sloughtun have left in the tank? No change in the splits really on this last lap. Malte losing some time as it goes. There's a slip of 1/10 of a second. 3 to go. 3 for a world championship. Sloughtun hanging on to a second. Now the time perhaps starting to tick away. Couple tenths of a second here, a couple tenths of a second there. Slipping a little bit is Sloughtун's advantage. 2 to go. She is just hanging on to about 65 hundredths of a second. Inside 800 meters, Sloughtun hanging on for a world championship at the moment. But fear the surge of Isabelle Weideman, taking little snips of time out. I think Malte is out of the picture. First event of the day. It looks like the World Championship is either going to Canada or the Netherlands, and now maybe adding some time is Sloughtun. Half a second advantage, half a second to play with 1 lap to go, but already slipping away. Sloughtun, both arms down. Just hanging on a little bit. The end is in sight. Irene Sloughtun on course for a world championship. At this point, this will do it. Irene Sloughtun to bring it home, and she does. 3:57.10. Irene Sloughtun, 3,000 meter world champion. Valerie Malte, 4:06.17, good enough for 10th. And in the lead for so long, it took a magnificent feat to knock off Isabelle Weideman, who will go home with a silver medal. And Martina Sablikova, another medal for the great. She will go home with a bronze medal. Just tracking that live time update, the live split. Just when it looked like Weideman's time was picking up, Sloughtun finds something else and just added a few more tenths of a second. Olympic champion and now world champion. And so, our first break of the day and of the weekend. Time for an ice flood. And we will be back in about 15 minutes for the men's 5,000 meters.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous présentons maintenant les gagnantes du 3000 mètres femmes.
The medals will be presented by ISU President Mr. J.U. Kim. Our top 3 skaters will also receive an iconic custom belt buckle from Calgary's own Tributes Group, presented by the Honorable Carla Qualtrough, Minister of Sport and Physical Activity, Government of Canada. And a shout out to our local athletes, ambassadors from the Special Olympics, the Canada Winter Games, Leonka Kalua and Ali Price. In 3rd place and winner of the bronze medal, skating a time of 3:58.33 from the Czech Republic, the legend, Martina Sadlikova. Congratulations, Martina. In 2nd place and winner of the silver medal, skating a time of 3:58.01, held to the final pairing, representing our very own country from Ottawa, Ontario, our own Isabel Wyman. Congratulations, Isabel. And in 1st place, and winner of the gold medal, who meant business right in the opening 200 meters, skating a time of 3:57.10, representing the Netherlands, Helena Schouten. Please rise if you can in celebration of listening to the Netherlands national anthem. A proud moment for the Dutch, for sure. Congratulations, Martina Sadlikova, Isabel Wyman, and Helena Schouten for the top 3-2-1 position in the women's 3,000 positions on behalf of the World Speed Skating Championship, the ISU. Congratulations, Leo.
Félicitations à tous les médaillés.
And that completes the women's 3,000 meters on Sunday. The men's 5,000 meters, and the excitement continues here.
First medals handed out. Now we change course for the men's 5,000 meters. A look at the pairings. A lot of names we're going to be seeing in the men's mass start as well. As you can imagine, a lot of these guys, they tend to skate who do mass start. We often see them in the B division in the 5,000 meters, and then they jump up to mass start. You see there, though, Bart Swings, who is one of the best mass start skaters in the world. He will be in the final pair. See the first pair, Marcel Bosker, the Dutch veteran, 27 years old, and another veteran skater, Jordan Belchos, 34-year-old out of Canada. Speaking of two guys who often skate in mass start, right here.
In the outside lane with a personal best time of 6:12.07. Once again, one of our own from Canada, Jordan Belchos. Good luck, skaters.
Go to the stop. Ready.
Belchos just saw his partner, Valerie Malte, skating in the women's 3,000 meters, and now he goes from biggest fan to competitor. Hasn't done much on World Cup this season. He finished 11th in the B division in Quebec City. Bosker was 8th at the European Championships. He does have a B division win in this distance in Poland. Tomaszów Mazowiecki. He finished 10th in Quebec City in the final World Cup stop. That was a couple of weeks ago. Bosker was born in Switzerland. Both of his parents, international speed skaters representing Switzerland. Bosker, his partner Melissa Wyfia, also on the Dutch roster for these World Championships. Competed for Switzerland as well. Bosker also often competing in the team pursuit. This is the first pair of 10. And at the moment, it's Marcel Bosker out in front after the first few laps. 1,400 meters he has the time to beat at the moment. Both of them lapping in the low 30 seconds. Comparable times. It's a good draft for Belchos, despite the fact he has Bosker going over the top on the crossover. But there is so much that can happen in these races. Still a long way to go. Not even at the halfway point yet. Bosker now dipping into the high 29s. That shows about a quarter of a second slower on that lap. So in Calgary, a couple of years ago, there was an issue with the refrigeration system, and it kind of forced the Canadian team to become creative in how they travel. They became vagabonds of sorts. A lot of them actually went to Fort St. John, British Columbia, which is a small town way up in northeast BC. It's, let's see, ballpark. We're looking at a 7-8 hour drive, maybe. I could have my math way wrong. To the northwest of Calgary. There's one of the 3 indoor ovals in Canada. Calgary, Quebec City, and Fort St. John, BC. So there have been some big repairs needed at this facility, but it still is a fantastic host for skating events. If you ever get a chance to check it out, it's right on the university campus, and so buildings connect with a lot of the sort of kinesiology department, athletics department. The gyms are nearby, and you just walk right in, and you're in a elite international athletic facility. City of Calgary. There's a train station stop right nearby, and you can go right downtown in Calgary. Bosker right now still lapping under 30 seconds. Belchos is about 3 seconds behind. Bosker will set up the fastest time. Now into the back half of the race. Lactic acid starting to build up a little bit. Bosker dropping about half a second from one lap to the next. Belchos lapping about 8/10 of a second slower than Bosker there. Great when they bring in those school kids to bring plenty of atmosphere to the facility. See the athletes warming up right on the outside of the track there. Now Bosker bringing his time back a little bit to 31.2. Still plenty of the tank, it seems, for Bosker. He saw some time slipping away, now pulling it back. Still pushing 47 kilometers an hour into that corner. Doesn't lose too much speed coming out. 2 laps to go. Bosker lapping at 31.15 now, sometimes slipping a little bit. His personal best 6:08.90. Certainly finished second in this one. As I mentioned, he hasn't skated too much internationally this season. There's the bell for Bosker. Man, we have seen quite regularly. He ticks back down again into the high 30-second range. Just 10 seconds further back is Belchos. It is going to be Bosker setting the fastest time from pair number 1. Marcel Bosker, the 27-year-old from the Netherlands. We'll see how long that holds up. He goes 6:23.87. So a fair bit off his personal best time. He sets the early standard. Pair is quite the contrast. Experience and youth. Pair number 2, we'll see 18-year-old Shomu Sasaki from Japan going up against Peter Michael, the 34-year-old from New Zealand.
From Japan, Shomi Sasaki. And in the outer lane, with a personal best time of 6:09.68. From New Zealand, Peter Michael.
Of course, I'm not trying to make a 34-year-old sound like he's Methuselah or something, but he's up against a man who would still be eligible for juniors. Sasaki did not take part at the World Junior Championships in his home country. He was busy turning heads in Quebec City, winning that last mass start World Cup. 18 years old. Got faster as he went along. Just the trajectory of Sasaki. He's only skated in B division in the 5,000 meters. He started with a 17th in Obihiro, but then 5th in both Salt Lake City and in Quebec City. So not a bad year for year number 1 on the senior circuit. Peter Michael, multiple time inline world champion. So he made the switch just since there's some more funding for skating on the ice than on the wheels. So he was also inspired by former Kiwi speed skater and Olympian Shane Dobbin. Of course, there aren't many ovals, be they indoor or outdoor, and so the man from Wellington has taken his show on the road like a lot of international skaters living, training in Heerenveen.
Another set of laps in the mid-29s, 29.4 for Sasaki.
Both of them in the green in the early going. So if all the attention these days is on, in Japan anyway, is on their great men's sprint team, Shomu Sasaki, and he would prefer to just live in relative anonymity until he bursts onto the international stage. Although, when you're an 18-year-old winning a mass start World Cup event, it can be hard to hide for very long. But Sasaki is a former team pursuit gold medalist at the World Junior Championships, also has a bronze in the team pursuit at the World Junior level. Sasaki is a member of the team pursuit team that won gold in Innsbruck in the 2023 World Juniors. Very close pairing between these two men. Michael's personal best time is about 6 seconds faster than Sasaki. Both of them still in the green at the moment. Sasaki lapping just over 30 seconds. Michael high 29s, 29.7. So at least at this stage, to set the fastest time. Just past the halfway mark though, so a whole lot of this story left to right. Both of these men identical lap times, 29.84. So at the moment, Sasaki, I just said his personal best. He's about 6 seconds slower than Peter Michael, but again, when you're 18, there's a long road ahead of you. So personal bests can come thick and fast. After 3,000 meters, Michael lapping back down in the high 29s, picking off a few more tenths of a second from Sasaki. Michael perhaps rounding into form. He did win the B division at the World Cup stop in Quebec City right before. This one was about 2 weeks ago now. And again, another one in the high 29. Sasaki also very consistent. Not bad from the young man. Michael does have a World Championship bronze medal in this event from the 2016 World Single Distances. First skater from New Zealand to win a World Championship medal. And at the moment, looks like he's going to put up the time to beat. Very consistent from him so often, lapping 29.7, 29.8. See how this one goes. Another one, 29.87. And Sasaki losing a bit of time, but still just a shade over 30 seconds. Very well done from the young Shomu Sasaki. Bosker's time precariously hanging on atop the leaderboard may not last for long. 1 lap to go. Of course, got to keep your skate blades on the ice first. And Michael, for the first time, really ticking into the 30 seconds. Sasaki now dipping over 31. This will be a new time to beat. There is no doubt about that, provided Peter Michael can get through these final few strides. Head rocking and rolling a little bit. Certainly feeling the fatigue, but P1 awaits. And Peter Michael goes 6:16.39. 6:24.4 for young Shomu Sasaki. 1 and 2 at the moment, and we saw the fist pump from Peter Michael. Skaters are often, usually, if not always, very honest about their races. So I think he's happy with the result. I also think he's happy with the time. Now there's a maybe so-so. But we'll see how long this holds up. On the inner lane from France, Timothy Lubino and Chris Housingha. Lubino, I'm so used to seeing going on the attack in the mass start. If anyone ever tries to break away in a mass start, it has usually been Timothy Lubino. Did win the B division in Salt Lake recently. Housingha started in line, 4th in the European Championships in this distance. So if you're wondering about the other Dutch skiers, Patrick Rust, certainly one to watch in the 9th pair. Really going very even between these two men. Originally out of Arcachon. If you're wondering where that is, it's pretty much bang on the west coast of France, just a little bit southwest of Bordeaux. Wouldn't imagine speed skaters come from there. There would be much speed skating there. The short track team for France trains further south in the Pyrenees, along with the border with Spain. But as you can imagine, like a lot of speed skaters these days, they start in the roller skating in the inline before making the jump over to the ice. That's where Lubino got his start. So both of these men, Housingha and Lubino, had wheels before they had skates. And right at the moment, Housingha, 26-year-old, well in front. These two men are 1 and 2. Housingha, low 29s at the moment. Both of them in the green at the moment. Housingha's best World Cup finish is a 9th in Beijing. in sight. The Dutch skater. Housing still 29.5, almost identical lap times between these two men. Is this maybe a pivot point? The lap times heading in opposite directions. It's always interesting when someone goes that quickly and all of a sudden the lap times are similar. And that is that sort of a tipping point where everything changes. It'll be interesting to watch here. Housingha 29.9. Now it's slipping away. Lubino 29.5. So the catch very much on. Couple more laps like that, and Timothy Lubino might find himself in front. Gets a good draft there, even with Housingha going over the top on that crossover. Lubino just about 50 kilometers an hour. He is closing with every single stride, pulling back almost a full second. Housingha losing time here.
The leaderboards for sure to change several times between now and the 10th period. Peter Michael holds the top spot right now.
Both of them are still in the green at the moment, but Lubino now inching ahead. We might just see him skate off into the distance. Almost a full second again, knocked out of the time, and this is Lubino's race in charge now at the moment. What is left for Chris Housingha? One lap to go. Lubino almost 5 seconds to the good over Peter Michael's time. Still lapping 29.2. A great skate by the Frenchman. Getting to go over the top, tucking into the inner lane. One final time. Little wobble. Lubino, though, hanging on. It cost him a little bit of time. 6:12.15. And so the last lap a little slower. Housingha just able to hang on for the second fastest time. 31.41. Lubino timing his race well to at least take that pair and move atop the podium. They're atop the leaderboard at the moment. Pardon me.
We're now going to be moving to the fourth pairing momentarily. Pairing number 4 of 10.
Fourth pair, two men who are used to seeing each other in packs in the mass start. Leo Wenger, 26-year-old, or 31-year-old, pardon me, and Andrea Giovannini, 30-year-old out of Italy.
From the country of Italy, Andrea Giovannini.
Go to the stop. Ready.
Giovannini's great success comes in the mass start. 2 World Cup wins in the mass start. I think the only man to win twice on World Cup in mass start, given the unpredictability of that event. One of them was through big help by his teammate Daniele Di Stefano, who sort of opened up the sprint, let him out. Very much like road cycling, you're going to see that in mass start these days, where team tactics start coming into play a little bit more, where one teammate maybe serves as a bit of a domestique, chasing down the breakaways and breaking the wind, breaking the air a little bit to step in front while their team leader, so to speak, sits in the draft. And that's what happened with one of Giovannini's win earlier this season, where Di Stefano led out the sprint early. Giovannini followed in his wake and then took the victory. It's unpredictable, that mass start, as I mentioned. 5th in Quebec City in the last World Cup mass start. In this event, twice rather. Giovannini was 4th in the B division. Wenger's best finish was also in the B division. That came in Salt Lake City, where he finished in 7th place. Still 10 laps to go. I think there's some issues with the timing. We'll get that corrected, I am sure. At the moment, it's Giovannini in front. The difference between these two men in terms of personal best is more than 4 seconds, or just under 4 seconds, mind you. And so far, the only one personal best has fallen today, and I think that was in the women's 3,000. So quite the contrast from Salt Lake City. Track record in this, mind you, Sven Kramer, 6:03.32. So even if these men far outstrip their personal best, they won't threaten that, at least not yet anyway. Lapping in the low 30 seconds at the moment. Lapping at a kilometer an hour and a half and per hour faster. Makes sense. I'm wondering, have all the crossovers been correct? Is everybody in the right place? I'm worried about the timing. We'll see when it all gets sorted. I'm sure it'll get sorted. But at the moment, it's Giovannini coming across the line as Livio Wenger. I can assure you, it is Livio Wenger in front at the moment. You can tell by the Azzurri kit that he wears, the Italian flag on his shoulder. Wenger hanging around in the background there. He's starting to close the gap a little bit. We'll see how they compare here through 3,000 meters. A little bit faster again. If you're just watching, the graphics are flipped. Still lapping below 31 at the moment. Giovannini. 31.5 by Wenger. Another one under 31. Maintaining that speed well, still hovering around 47 kilometers an hour. Time to beat at the moment. Timothy Lubineau, 6:12.15. Kaushika in second, and Peter Michael in third. There is the bell. And so I assure you, this is Andrea Giovannini coming around one final time. Not going to trouble the top time at the moment. Will be Andrea Giovannini. 6:24.31. All sorted out in the end. And Lydia Wenger. 6:32.54. 6th and 7th at the moment. But we will see these two men again in the mass start. And unlike on World Cup, where there's an A and a B mass start right in the final, there will be semi-finals to add the extra wrinkle to the World Championships.
We now are in pair number 5 of 10 pairings in the inside lane.
Pair. Norway, Christian Gammet Uliklive.
Norway, Christian Uliklive. And in the other lane, with a personal best time of 6:14.01 from the country of Japan, Riku Tsuchiya.
Go to the stop. Ready.
So if there's one thing to say about Riku Tsuchiya, is that he has been consistent in his results this year. 3 times 15th on World Cup, twice 14th in the 5,000 meters. Tsuchiya was also 4th in the 4 continents. For Christian Gamma Uliklive, we see him, another one who we'll see in the mass start potentially. He's been in and out, I believe, this year. 9th in the Euros in the 5,000 meters. His best result in the A division in 5,000 was a 13th. That was in Poland. He did have a second in the B division to start the year in Japan. Live, 27 years old. Tsuchiya is 26. Still chasing the time put up by Timothy Lubino.
Accomplished 5,000 meter skater. He's also very strong in the middle distances.
This Norwegian team with the great history of long distance. That's what a lot of the young Norwegian skaters want to go into. I spoke once with Norwegian sprint coach, Jeremy Wotherspoon, the former Canadian skater, and he says it's a lot of kids love to go into the distance races, and their kind of challenge is to convince skaters in Norway that sprints are also a thing. Uliklive as an Olympian, Beijing in 2022, 16th in the 1,500 meters, 14th in the mass start. Is Riku Tsuchiya in front at this stage. And still in the low 30s, very even pair so far. Tsuchiya was talking earlier about how a lot of the Japanese skaters are living and training up at the Obihiro Oval up on Hokkaido. Tsuchiya is the opposite. He is from and lives in Karuizawa, which is right around Nagano. The moment
Top
It is
skaters pick up a little bit of
Tsuchiya
pace.
in front.
Moving into the final corner of the lap on the inner lane.
Karuizawa, his personal best in this distance was actually set in Calgary in December of 2021, the 6:14:01.
30.4,
Was Uliklive lapping a little bit faster than Tsuchiya. Tsuchiya will get a good draft there. Ease the pressure a little bit on the legs. Tsuchiya does have a silver medal in the team pursuit at the World Championships. Also former World Junior champion in the team pursuit. Very even lap time there as Tsuchiya once again lapped a little bit faster than Uliklive. Uliklive's speed certainly carrying right now. So many ebbs and flows in this race as he is right up alongside Tsuchiya. 3 laps to go, almost identical split times, but it is Uliklive lapping faster. So the advantage ticking back towards the man from Norway. Side by side. At this stage, 2/100ths of a second separating these two men after so long. This much separating them. But Uliklive now gonna soak up that draft and then also tuck into the inner lane. So if the wind is in anyone's sails at the moment, it is that man in the red, white, and blue. And now I think he's going to skate off into the distance as he puts almost a second and a half into Tsuchiya. But they are both well off the pace. At the moment still, Timothy Lubino on the third pair. Kind of doing what Isabel Weideman did, throwing down a time that is standing up. One more time around, 400 meters, Uliklive still in the 32, and Tsuchiya now just the pain has taken over. In the lead for so long, Riku Tsuchiya now lapping noticeably slower than Christian Gamma Uliklive. And it will be Uliklive taking to the pair. 6:22.91, another one low 30s. They'll move into 5th. And Tsuchiya 6:28.27. That slots him into 8th place. That is the first half of the men's 5,000 meters. And if the seeding means anything, this is where we start to really get serious. Into the second half. Looks like they will actually give a quick flood of the ice. There are the current standings. Lubino, Hausinga, and Peter Michael, 1 through 3. Still plenty more to come. Grab yourself a drink, take a little break. Imagine we'll be back in a few minutes after the flood of the ice is done for the second half of the men's 5,000 meters.
track between 4 and 6 skaters race each other, and the goal is to cross the finish line before you. For each distance, athletes are separated into small groups and must place in the top to each race to make it to the finals. To win, you need strength, endurance, speed, but above all, a good strategy and the ability to make the right pass at the right time. In on track, the opponent is the stopwatch. All skaters compete independently and are ranked according to respective rounds. There's no passing or contact, only strength, endurance, and raw speed. As for the distances, they are very similar in distance. In short track, athletes must generally be able to perform in all distances. There's 500 meter, 1,000 meter, and the 1,500 meter. In on track, skaters are specialized in training fields. There's sprinters who do the 500 meter, 1,000 meter. There's the middle distance who do 1,000 meter, 1,500 meters, and there's the hard distance where the women do 3 and 5,000 meter, and the men do 5 and 10,000. There's also team events in short track, there's the 12-track relay. Right now, there's the 1,000 meter mixed relay. In the relay race, 4 full teams of 4 skaters each take turns completing the half of the track, tagging one another to exchange. Usually, the outgoing skater push their new teammates to allow them to move. Each skater must complete at least one lap and run its shoe out of the fast speed of the race. In on track, we have team sprint and team pursuit. In team pursuit, 2 teams of 3 skaters each race against each other at opposite sides of the field. Hence the title pursuit. The clock stops when all 3 skaters have crossed the finish line. Now, let's talk about equipment. In short track, skaters wear a full body skin suit made with cut-resistant fabric to keep them safe from impact or crash. Short track boots are made with carbon fiber and they are light and stiff. There's also a cut right about the middle to allow some mobility and thus not fall. The blade are fixed with bolts to allow parts to pass out of the blade. The blade is also curved and lightweight to allow quick turns. Long track boots are very similar to the short track boot, with a lower cut leaving more mobility with less support. Long track skaters also have a round flat skate that attaches at the heel just like this. This helps to push a little longer than the skate. It also increases the power of each stride by allowing to push with the tip of the foot and also increasing the drag of the blade on the ice. And in speed skating, power minus resistance equals -1. And this is exactly what we'll see on its chapter, detailing what is two sports its most exciting return to speed.
new sheet of ice. The Calgary Olympic Oval, second half of the men's 5,000 meters.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After the ice resurfacing, we continue on with the men's 5,000 meters, sixth pairing in the inside lane with a personal best time of 6:10.8 for the United States of America, Casey Dawson.
Casey Dawson. He's a youngster, 23 years old.
In the outer lane
And
with a personal best time of
Wu,
6:13.09.
26-year-old. Best result on World Cup this year is a 7th.
Ready.
And they're off. The sixth pair of our men's 5,000 meter. In the inner lane, Casey Dawson of the United States. In the outer from China, Wu Yu.
Back underway, second half of the men's 5,000 meters. Casey Dawson of the United States, 23-year-old, and Wu Yu of China. Interesting trajectory for Wu's results in the 5,000 meters this season. First time they did the 5,000, he was in the B division, and he came third. Then in Beijing, he jumped up and finished 11th in the A division. And then he went 8th, and then he's gone 7th until just a little tick back at that last stop in Quebec City, finishing 11th. So almost all year, his results have been ticking up, ticking up, ticking up.
His opening split time, Dawson 31.0.
Dawson is an interesting story as well. Picked up a gold medal in the 5,000 meters at the four continents at the expense of Canadian Ted Jan Blumen, who we'll see later on in the 8th pair. But he's another one whose results have been in the ballpark of the exact same area all season. Twice a 10th, Salt Lake City in 9th, Quebec City in 8th. But with a 23-year-old still finding out how his body reacts to a longer distance like this. I wonder if that four continents gold medal is just a taste of things to come for this young man. United States program certainly in the ascendancy these days with the likes of Jordan Stolz on the men's side, Aaron Jackson, Kimmy Getz, of course, the likes of Brittany Bowe on the women's side. Dawson attends school at the University of Utah, so of course matching his athletic pursuits with education, studying computer engineering. So if he doesn't have enough travel as a skater, Casey Dawson entering a field where high employability all around the world. But the Park City man certainly focusing on this moment at the World Championships. And at this moment, it's Wu Yu out in front. A couple seconds off the pace, even after the ice flood that time by Timothy Lubineau of France. Is holding up, and at this stage already losing a few seconds. It's a long road back to try to close that gap. Wu leading the pair at the moment. Still trying to chase Timothy Lubineau's time. Just past the halfway mark. He's just about 4 seconds off the pace. 29. Both of these men lapping in the high 29s. Dawson closing the gap a little bit that last time. Is this part of Dawson's plan to maybe skate into the race?
Absolutely, it takes some commitment to stick with the sport until you build that strength later in your 20s. As Wu continues to lead.
It is Wu now ticking into the 30 seconds, but Dawson still lapping faster there, 29.73. A bit between the teeth a little bit, the man from Park City, Utah.
Skaters looking strong. Dawson starting to catch first 2 laps. And now he's pouring it on.
Now, very much in sight. The catch is almost there.
Home stretch with 4 laps remaining. Wu has a slight lead.
Like the hound chasing the hare.
Here comes Dawson.
And Dawson now. That could be the catch and pass that is decisive in this pair.
Both skaters looking to crack the top 5.
The American
To go under 6:20.
still chasing the time set by Timothy Lubineau of France.
Dawson was fresh off
He is certainly in the ascendancy in this pair.
earlier this year.
Just over 7 seconds. And it is a good second faster than Wu Yu of China on that last lap.
So I'm curious to know how close their times will be to their racing in Salt Lake City. Dawson at a time of 6:14.72, or 4 seconds off his personal best. And Wu Yu from China, he did a
Four continents champion.
season's best.
Certainly on pace to win this pair. It should be noted China did not take part at the Four Continents this season.
With 800 meters
For a
remaining.
notable absence.
30.2 his lap time. 31.2 for Wu.
Dawson now ticking into the 30s, 30.25, but almost a second a lap faster than Wu. And you see his upper body kind of all over the place, very loud. Not able to limit the movement and focus it all into the ice. And it's Dawson getting the bell first. Another lap time in the 30 seconds. Wu
Will need to pick it up if he wants to be under 6:20.
lapping 31.22. His face doing the talking. As I always say, that's not a smile on his face right now as Casey Dawson comes into the final meters. The American gonna win the pair. What position will he slot into? The 6th pair. Casey Dawson goes 5th, 6:21.63. And Wu going 6:25.24. Good enough at the moment for 9th place.
Reminder, our top 3 after 6 pairs. Lubineau, Huizinga, and Michael.
So, Timothy Lubineau's time, surviving yet another challenge. Although now we're getting into some pretty heavy hitters, starting with, on the inner lane, Norway's Sander Eitrem, and outside Seitaro Ichinoe of Japan.
With a personal best time of 6:07.73 from the country of Norway, Sander Eitram. And in the outer lane with a personal best time of 6:12.8 from the country of Japan, Seitaro Ichinoe.
Go to the stop. Ready.
Ichinoe, his best World Cup result this year was a 7th. That came in Quebec City. He was 10th at the Four Continents in Salt Lake, the 28-year-old. And Eitrem, he makes regular trips to the podium. 3rd at the European Championships, 3 times a bronze medal in the 5,000 on World Cup. Finished in 4th one other time, and he did not compete in Quebec City. So if you are looking for a favorite in the pair, it is the man in red, Sander Eitrem, the 22-year-old of Norway. So the present and the future, it seems, of that Norwegian distance program. Seitaro Ichinoe off to the faster start.
So, Leo, both of these skaters feel like they're peaking towards the end of
What?
the year. Ichinoe in Salt Lake City had a personal best.
Lives and trains in Oviedo.
Seitaro had the season best, and Eitrem had a personal best. So let's see if they can challenge them.
Son of a coach, a skating coach. Seitaro Ichinoe. He's been already just a little bit off the pace, virtual identical times in the early going. Lubino, again, looking more and more like he has pulled a Weideman from one of the earlier pairs and seeing a very quick time stand the test of time. However, Davide Giotto of Italy is in the next pair, along with Ted-Jan Blumen, Patrick Rust, Michele Malfatti in the ninth, and then Bart Swings and Helge Ingebrigtsen in the final pair. So the best of the best, the creme de la creme, still to come in distance speed skating. And at the moment, two very strong skaters as well. Cannot look past them. Eitrem, just about a second off the pace set by Lubino, lapping 29.17 there. Just over half a second faster than Ichinoe.
See how it responds to that fast lap time from his rival.
Eitrem certainly lapping faster speed at the moment.
7 to go. Just over halfway through this men's 5,000 meter race. Eitrem, another low 29 second lap, 29.0, 29.8 for Ichinoe. Lap after lap, Eitrem building a lead. Eitrem currently chasing that top time. He's right off the pace set by Lubino.
Where Timothy Lubino is, watching, hoping, waiting. His time can stand up once more into the second half of the race. Eitrem now ticks green, 9/100ths of a second ahead of Lubino's time.
29.9 for Ichinoe.
Eitrem, former silver medalist at a European all-around championships. Also a member of the European champion team pursuit side, the side that held the world record in the team pursuit for a couple of weeks before the Americans beat them and the world record at the Salt Lake City World Cup. Now Eitrem adding to his advantage. Ichinoe not drifting too far off. This is where the big time gaps really happen. As the legs get tired, fatigue settles in. How much more time does Eitrem have? Very composed, relaxed face. Didn't really add much time there, did Eitrem? 9/10 of a second to the good as he ticks into the 29s. Very smooth around that corner. And Eitrem now adds a bit more, couple tenths of a second. It looks like we could have a new leader. Obviously have to get to the finish line, and that can change in an instant. But all going to plan for Sander Eitrem. He will move atop the leaderboard. 2 laps to go now. He's adding a big chunk that time as he dips back into the 28.9s. Sander Eitrem on a flyer in Calgary. Inside, a few hundred meters to go. Now there's a bit of a grimace. A break in the veneer a little bit, but back to looking composed as he comes up to reach the bell. Now he's not able to hide the pain. Another one going faster is Sander Eitrem. 28.87 the lap time. This is looking like it is going to be a new leader. A small measure of pain creeping into the face. Sander Eitrem on his way to the top of the leaderboard. His time 6:09 even. Sander Eitrem, the 22-year-old from Norway, moves into P1 at the moment with 3 pairs to go. Seitaro Ichinoe into sixth, 6:20.72.
Just over a second off his personal best, which is a great result today, given the ice conditions.
6:09 takes the top spot for Sandra Eikman from Norway. 3 more periods, 6 skaters are going to have a say in whether
After
that's spot or not.
the time stood up for quite a while, including ice flights that added more time for Timothy Lubino atop the leaderboard. Now there's another threat immediately to our new leader, Davide Giotto of Italy, 30-year-old. And then on the outer lane, on home ice, another man perhaps rounding into form, Canadian veteran Ted-Jan Blumen.
Holding the Canadian record, one of our own from Canada, Ted-Jan Blumen.
Go to the stop. Ready.
Giotto perhaps has to wonder what he has to do to finish atop the podium this season. 4 times silver medalist in the 5,000 meters on World Cup, also has a bronze. And he has a silver from the European Championships. And so often it was behind Patrick Rust, except in Quebec City. It was behind this man, Ted-Jan Blumen of Canada, who was sort of the alternate, 4th several times, didn't win the 4 continents, but then suddenly set a new track record and finished atop the podium in Quebec City a couple of weeks ago. So very interesting. Where are these 2 men in their season? Giotto leading early.
Goes over the top of his pair into the back stretch.
Giotto also will be one to watch in the 10,000 meters, the bronze medalist from the 10,000 meters in Beijing. And from Altavia Vicentina in the north of Italy near Vicenza, the defending 2023 10,000 meter world champion. And as I mentioned, for Giotto, silver in Obihiro, silver in Beijing. Then he won gold in the only 10,000 meters on World Cup this season. Bronze in Poland. And then silver again in Salt Lake City and in Quebec City, in addition to a European silver medalist. So what a time for Davide Giotto to perhaps jump up on top of the podium. Long way to go here, though. He's lapping low 29s. All green at the moment for the man from Italy, who turned 30 back in December, early December. Still, this time, Ted-Jan Blumen lapping faster. But you have to figure, given Giotto's 10,000 meter prowess, there's still a lot to come. Of course, not to put anything past Blumen's endurance as well, as the man who won Olympic gold at the 2018 Olympics in the 10,000 meters, with silver in the 5,000. So 2 men who we know have a lot in the tank, but it's Giotto at the moment, lapping sub 29.
Never count out Ted-Jan Blumen. He's raced for so many years and knows himself so well. And if he has an extra gas in the tank, he'll find it. And he's got his eye on Giotto as they race. So this race is far from over at this point.
So both of these men now under 29, both of them finding their stride. And Giotto does have 1.6 seconds in the bank on Blumen at the moment, both of them in the green. Sander Eitrem, we do know he had a strong kick to the finish. And again, under 29 for both these men. Giotto adding 1/10 of a second over Blumen. Goes over the top on the crossover. Every time these two men come around to get a split, the big question, are they under 29? Giotto is, Blumen is not, by a matter of a few hundredths of a second. Just inching out little bits of time is the Italian at the moment. Giotto. We know he has a lot left. The 10,000 meter world champion. Blumen also won bronze in the 10,000 meters a year ago in Heerenveen. Giotto did also win silver at the World Championships a year ago. So again, wondering what he has to do to win a race in the 5,000 meters. 10,000, no problem. But this season, and going back to last year's World Championships, seemingly the runner-up so many times. Both of the men now ticking into the 29-second lap time. Eitrem did finish strong, and Blumen has followed behind that now. Giotto, 1 lap to go. Another time in the green. He has a 1.5 seconds to work with over Sander Eitrem. Ted-Jan Blumen now lapping into the 30 seconds, fading off the pace. Giotto on course for the fastest time with 2 pairs left to go. Sander Eitrem in the lead at the moment. His lead may only last a single pair. Giotto, second so many times this season. For the moment, he goes fastest by only 0.4 of a second, but he likes it. 6:08.61. Blumen fading to fourth. 6:12.66. So Giotto did have enough time to work with to stay in first place.
His time 6:12 and change. Just under 6:09. With 2 pairings to go.
And the penultimate pair as another man from Italy, Michele Malfatti, 29-year-old, but all eyes are going to be on the man on the inner lane, Patrick Rust of the Netherlands.
And in the outer lane, with a personal best time of 6:10.97 from Italy, Michele Malfatti.
Go to stop. Ready.
And so Rust, the defending champion, is off and away, trying to repeat as champion. Malfatti, who I have no doubt we'll see in the team pursuit as well, regularly on the podium with that Italian team pursuit team. They were second to Norway in that famous race in Heerenveen, where Norway put up a new world record on sea level ice, which was the big shock. Malfatti just off the podium. Really the last 2 World Cup stops. He was 4th in Quebec, 5th in Salt Lake City. Those were his best 2 results of the season in the distance, but he'd also throw down a bronze medal performance in Stavanger, the one time they did it 10,000 meters. So his endurance in those legs. What more can you say, though, about Patrick Rust, and who I would not be surprised to see in the World All-Around Championships coming up soon in Inzell in Germany. 3-time World All-Around Champion, 2 times runner-up, the man from Lekkerkerk, just outside Rotterdam. Also to marathon as well. What I like, I always laugh about Patrick Rust, is that there's so much cross-training, crossover with cycling. So speed skaters, when they're in their off-season, a lot of them hop on the bike. Patrick Rust sort of grudgingly does it. Sort of says it because he has to. He likes to skate. If this compares. Davide Giotto hoping this is the time that he finds himself atop the podium in a 5,000 meters. At the moment, Patrick Rust has 0.8 of a second to the good. Giotto did tick into the 28-second lap times for a fair number of laps. So that is something to pay attention to. Rust again in the 29s, losing a little bit of time as things go along. Rust skipped the final World Cup in Quebec City before this event, after winning the 1,000 meters in Salt Lake. Of course, also winning the European Championships at the expense of Davide Giotto. To the second half of the race. Rust again in the 29.05s, but it's ticking down. He's seeing little chunks of time being taken away. Giotto is putting in high 28 lap times, so keep paying attention to that. Now we have the live split coming up on the screen. We'll see what way it goes. For the moment, Patrick Rust in the green, but it is ticking down to 0.2. And it'll go, once it says 0.0, that's when you're within 0.1 of a second either way. So it could be either way, but at the moment, Rust is down to 1/4 of a second. Less than that onto the back stretch. Giotto, is this the moment for him? Does Rust have it today? Into the final 3 laps. Rust now eking back out. He is still 2 seconds in front and just barely hanging on to 29 seconds. Picking up speed a little bit. Might he have a late surge? Now, keep an eye on that bottom right corner. Now he's seeing his lead disappear. Giotto almost in the green over Rust, but Rust now adding just those little few hundredths of a second. He is 11 hundredths of a second ahead of Davide Giotto. We know Sander Eitrem also put on a late surge. So it's either Giotto faded late or Eitrem put on a big charge. Giotto adding a little bit of time now with 2 laps to go. Now he's adding. Patrick Rust has done this so many times before. Now adding time into the final few laps. He is 0.4 of a second ahead of Davide Giotto's time. The defending 5,000 meter world champion, Patrick Rust, adding time late. He will come up to get the bell. There is still 1 pair to come, but Patrick Rust adding time as he goes. He's now almost 7/10 of a second to the good. The live split has him there. A small measure of pain seeping into the face, but that is not stopping him. If Davide Giotto is sitting and watching on the infield, we'll watch this. Patrick Rust, the master of the 5,000 meters, looking like he could do it again all the way to the finish. And he will go P1 6:07.28. Patrick Rust atop the leaderboard once again. Michele Malfatti 6:14.74, good enough for 6th place at the moment. One more pair to go. As Hallgeir Ingebrigtsen from Norway and Bart Swings of Belgium.
In the final period, the undecided lane with a personal best time of 6:09.21 from the country of Norway, Hallgeir Ingebrigtsen. And in the outer lane with a personal best time of 6:08.76 from the country of Belgium, Bart Swings.
Go to the south. Ready.
Bart Swings, bronze medal at the World Championships last year. Of course, the all-time greats of inline speed skating. We'll see him as well in the mass start. Hallgeir Ingebrigtsen, 24-year-old, a couple times on the podium this season. He won bronze in Quebec City at the last stop, and also had a silver in Tomaszów Mazowiecki in Poland. On his day, Hallgeir Ingebrigtsen could challenge, but at the moment, Patrick Rust has done it again, it seems, for the moment. In the early going, still a long way to go. For them lapping at both low 29s, about a second off the pace. Of course, if you are skating into the race, you can't leave yourself too much of a task to chase down. Ingebrigtsen also skates 1,500 meters, so he might be one of those skaters who goes out quickly and tries to hang on. At the moment, he's a little bit off the pace, but he does lap in the 28.9s. Of course, sustaining that would be a whole other matter. But if you are the 28s, well, you're in the ballpark. Swings though. Turned 33, the Belgian, on the inner lane at the moment. Turned 33 a couple days ago, February 12th. The man from Leuven in Belgium. Just a little bit to the east for Brussels, known for its beer, among other things. Ask me how I know all about that. So, Patrick Rust only has to wait for one pair to know if he's world champion. He is Ingebrigtsen at the moment, and he's, when you're lapping 29.2s, is not to your benefit. Remember, Rust was so consistently at the very, very low 29s. So there is work to do for Hallgeir Ingebrigtsen of Norway. Patrick Rust, as they approach the halfway mark, the times are not conducive to beating Rust. With each passing lap that no change is made, and in fact the time slips away, Rust thinking more and more he may top the podium for the second time in a row. We may hear the Dutch anthem for the second time today. Lap times just are not enough with 5 laps to go into the latter half of the 29-second lap times, 29.6, 29.75. Someone's going to have to drop the hammer now. If there is anything else. If you have anything left in the tank, this is the time. 3 laps to go. 4 laps to go, pardon me. And closing in on the 30 seconds. These men are 8th and 9th. It may be too early to say, but I don't think they have it today. Patrick Rust, I think you can start to think you're a world champion again. It was silver to Niels van der Poel in 2021. It's Patrick Rust. And now it's 3 to go. Now it's just about beyond reach for these two men. Swings now, though, is the faster of the two. Calgary Ingebrigtsen losing time. So it looks like it's going to be Patrick Rust of the Netherlands defending his world championship. Davide Giotto in second, and Sander Eitrem of Norway in third, and then what a skate by Timothy Lubino to sit in fourth. Move both the men into the 30-second range. Lubino, the 27-year-old. He's a youngster on the stage, right about in the middle of his career. It might just be a light switch moment for Timothy Lubino. An impressive 4th place, but with 1 to go, it looks like Patrick Rust will be world champion again. Bart Swings looking like he is going to take this pair. He's certainly lapping faster of the two. Will be Swings bringing it around to wrap up the men's 5,000 meters. After winning bronze last year, Bart Swings will be able to manage 8th place, 6:15.08. Calgary Ingebrigtsen, 10th, 6:18.49. And confirmation, that man, Patrick Rust, world champion for the 2nd time in a row. And it is another silver medal. Got Rust, another silver medal. Davide Giotto, so used to them this season, but this one's at the World Championships, a little bit more meaning to be sure, no shame in that. And third, Norway's Sander Eitrem. Lubino in 4th, Canada's Ted-Jan Blumen in 5th. We will take yet another break. You will see confirmation of the final results in just a few moments. And you can hear the beeping of the backing up ice resurfacers. We will give medals for this event. Resurface the ice, and then we will be back for the team sprints.
we're just making sure we have all three athletes ready to go before we move to the 5,000 meter men's medal presentation. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the inside of the track where we will now present the ISU World Championships victory ceremony for winners of the men's 5,000 meters.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous présentons maintenant les gagnants du 5000 mètres hommes.
The medals will be presented by ISU President Mr. J. Yul Kim. Our top three skaters will also receive an iconic custom belt buckle from Calgary's own Tributes Group, presented by Mr. Nick Holt, Dean of Faculty of Kinesiology at the University of Calgary. Also alongside them, joining the medalists, our local athletes, ambassadors from the Special Olympics Canada Winter Games, Leonka Kalua and Ali Price. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, with a time of 6:09, right on the nose, from Norway, Sander Eitra. Second place and winner of the silver medal, skating a time of 6:08.61 from the country of Italy. Back again for a silver medal, Davide Chiaro. First place and winner of the gold medal in this year's event, back back-to-back for this gentleman skating a time of 6:07:28 from the Netherlands, Patrick Rost. We get to hear this country's national anthem for the second time today. Please stand if you're able in celebration to listen to the national anthem of the Netherlands. Sandra Eitram of Norway, Davide Giano of Italy, Patrick Rost of the Netherlands. Congratulations on our podium finishers in the men's 5,000 meters.
Félicitations à tous les médaillés.
Coming up, ladies and gentlemen, will be the team sprint, starting with the women, followed by the men. The team sprint, 3 skaters, 3 laps. Each lap peels off a skater, and the best time for the final skater crossing the line will win the race. You can see on the screens right now the 8 teams and the 4 pairings. In just over 4 minutes, we will get started.
Test. Test. 1, 2, 3. Go to the
While we
start.
have a short break, it's important that we take a moment to thank our amazing organizing committee who are helping to put on this competition today. Jill Lynch, Nicole
Okay.
Wilkinson, Alain Bouillet, Weinica, Herman Scout, Mitch Lagade, Jeff Edwards, Graham Childs, Emily Blunt, Mark Messer, Dustin Miller, Sean Ireland, Greg Planner, John Little, Robert Porter, Crispin Parkinson, Luke Janetsky, Cameron McLeod, Antonio Fayola,
just about ready to go for the women's team sprint. You see the pairs. And so they tend to leave the announcements of what the composition of the team is until the last minute. They sort of submit a preliminary list, and then they kind of update it as in. So might be some surprises, might be some changes. We're all actually going to find out at the same time. World Cup winners this season were from the Netherlands, and they sort of went something different. They were forced into a change to put in Antoinette Wright-Marion, not known as a sprinter,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to
but it
introduce
ended
the
up paying
skaters on
out because
each
she
of
has that
the
endurance
teams.
which you might need.
It's the Republic of Korea
Korea,
versus
Nayun
the country
Ling,
of Kazakhstan.
Sumin Kang,
In Korea,
and Kim Min-soo.
Three skaters are Kim Min-soon, Meng Myun, and Nyan Lee, Republic of Korea. For Kazakhstan, Yukaterina Aidova, Elena Daranova,
Kazakhstan has
Inessa
Inessa
Shumakova,
Shumakova, Alina Daudanova, and Yekaterina Aidova. 1, 2, and 3.
Go to the start. Ready.
And so Kazakhstan, the only one of these two teams to actually finish on the podium in the women's team sprint. It was a bronze in Quebec City. It was actually the country's only World Cup medal this season. Now you know the drill in the team sprint. You lose a skater every lap until the third skater crosses the line and takes the team's time. And so a lot of strategy involved as the first skater is off, and it's Korea out in front right now by about 0.4 of a second. And the second skater, you really slot it behind. And the third skater soaks up the draft as much as possible, but hopes to be at kind of top speed as soon as the second skater goes off. We'll see if anyone does the famous arm sling. There it is for Korea, or for Kazakhstan, pardon me. And Kazakhstan now in front. And Sumin Kang for Korea finishing things off. Yekaterina Aidova of Kazakhstan. And I'll talk about that arm swing. It was introduced, really the American men who started it. They won a World Cup, and the second skater, as they're peeling off, grabs the hand of the third skater and gives them a big sling. And it's going to be Kazakhstan taking the opening one. 1:27.22 the time to beat. Korea 1:29.76. And so teams have slowly been adapting it. Not everybody used it after the US, but I think most of them will be now. So I don't think it'll ever take off, but I choose to call it the Madison, as it looks like the arm sling that you would see in track cycling in the Madison event, where teams of two alternate, and the best way to do it is with that sling. Second pair, you hear the roar. That is for the home side. The Canadian side going up against the U.S. in the Battle of North America. Repeat of 1 versus 2 from last year's World Championships, Canada and the U.S.
On the crossing straight, Canada's team.
Carolina Hiller, Madison Pierman, and Ivany Blondin. Same team largely as they've had the whole season.
Sarah Warren, Aaron Jackson, and Brittany Bowe.
There's the American side. Been some changes to that American roster this year, but Warren, Jackson, and Bowe. The Canadian side that won gold in Heronbane last year was Ivany Blondin, Carolina Hiller, and Brooklyn McDougall. So 2/3 of that World Championship side is there. USA had Mackenzie Brown, Kimmy Getz, and Aaron Jackson. So Jackson, the only returnee. Blondet sitting in the back in that slipstream behind her two teammates. Carolina Hiller pulling off. And it's Canada narrowly in front right now, but the U.S. has Aaron Jackson leading Brittany Bowe. Not a bad 1-2 punch to have a pure 500-meter specialist leading into Bowe, who has excelled in both the 1,000 and 1,500. A little bit out of unison there. The Canadians still in front. Now the final change. Jackson reaches back, and there's the sling for Bowe. It's still Canada in front. Ebony Blondet leading things around. They have the fastest time ahead of Kazakhstan for the moment. One final time check. It's Blondet for Canada. They now add to that lead another 0.2 of a second ahead of the United States. Blondet leading things around. Canada to move atop the leaderboard and be on pace to defend their world championship. Blondet 1, Brittany Bowe 2, and Canada moves into first position in the women's team sprint. Third pair now has Poland and the Netherlands, the Dutch, winners of the overall World Cup in this distance.
2 more pairs to go. We're now in the third pairs. Starting in the classic strength, country of Netherlands.
2 golds and a silver.
Mara Vladeris, Jutta Leerdam, Antoinette Rapid-Young.
It's Leerdam. This is her season debut in the team sprint.
Representing Poland, Angelika Wojciak, Iga Wojtaszczyk, and Karolina Bosiak.
And Poland goes with Angelika Wojciak, Iga Wojtaszczyk, and Karolina Bosiak. So the Dutch have gone with a few different rosters this season, and it's usually ended up with them on the podium. Poland picked up a silver medal in the team sprint in Quebec City with this exact same lineup. And I mentioned Jutta Leerdam. I believe this is her first time in the team sprint this season. They will have Antoinette Reitma-de-Jong finishing things off, but I don't think that is a gap that they want to have. Reitma-de-Jong was sort of thrust into the team sprint in Beijing when there was sickness spreading through the team. They were successful. One, he's just kind of been there ever since, who has a bit more of an endurance race like this where you have to do 3 laps solo, or 3 laps in a group. It's not a bad idea, but right now they're losing time. Poland now slipping behind the Canadians and the Americans. And the Dutch, I don't think that is according to plan. It was just too big of a gap. Reitma-de-Jong was off the back early and was just never able to catch up. I mean, she has just been exposed. Hasn't been able to draft for as long. And it's Poland leading the way right now, sitting in third place. Coming around to finish things off. It looks like it's going to be Poland taking it. That is the case. They only go third fastest, 1:26.62. The Netherlands, that's a bit of a shock. 1:26.86 into fourth. And so Canada remains one team still to go. That was 1-2 at the European Championships. The Netherlands over Poland, with Norway finishing in third. Norway's not even competing here. So Canada potentially defending its world championship. But two teams trying to beat it. Germany and China.
The final pairing in the women's team sprint, starting in the classic strength. In the Chinese team, Tian Yu, Yang Pingyao, and Jin Wen Jing.
China, Chang Pei, Tian Rine, and Wen Jin.
And Josephine Schwartz.
Go to the start.
Now, neither of these sides have finished on the podium in World Cup this season, so it would be something of a shock to see one of them knocking the Canadians or the Americans out of the top two places. The first time check will give us an idea of where things are, and already a couple tenths of a second down. Canada, USA, and Poland at the moment. The first skater has peeled off for both sides. It's China leading the way right now. Tian Rining in the lead ahead of Wenjing Jin. Wenjing, pardon me. And it's looking very much like Canada in a very comfortable position. A little bit of a slip there in front. There's the sling. There's the bell for both sides. At the moment, it's Germany now in front. And it is a look at Jing Wenjin for China. And so Canada looking like they will defend their women's team sprint championship. USA defending their silver medal. And it will be Germany crossing 6th fastest, 129.29. China in 8th, 133.34. And there is Canada atop the podium once again. USA second and Poland in third. Go. It was Canada, USA, and China. But the Canadians celebrate back-to-back years. Women's team sprint. quickly transition to the men's team sprint. A year ago, it was also the Canadians winning the team sprint, Netherlands in second and Norway in third. Here, look at the pairs. World Cup this season. Bit of variety. USA was up there, Norway was up there, Poland was up there. So this one could be interesting. In fact, Poland's lone gold medal on World Cup came in the men's team sprint. First heat has the Netherlands and Korea. Jaro Botman, Henning de Boer, and Tim Prins.
Okay, looks like we're
Henning
ready
de
to
Boer,
go
the
for
youngster,
the men's
19 years old.
team sprint, our final event of the day.
This will
The
conclude day
Netherlands
one.
versus the Republic of Korea, representing the Netherlands, Jaro Botman, Henning de Boer, and Tim Prins. Representing the Republic of
Korea is going with Kim Jun-ho, Kim Tae-yoon,
Cho Sin-yang.
and Cho Sang-hyuk.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off. The first race, the men's team sprint.
Neither of these sides were on the podium except, pardon me, the Netherlands. The first time this was run in China, way back, they had a bronze medal. That had Jano Botman, Louis Hollar, and Wesley Daish. And so Botman is the only skater there, and he's the one who peels off. Henning de Boer, the youngster, perhaps the future of the Dutch sprint program. And then it would be Tim Prins to wrap things off. And it is still the Dutch in front by about 0.4 of a second. That is the fling by the Koreans. They have some work to do though. 0.3 of a second off the pace. Tim Prins trying to close things down. Tim Prins trying to finish it off, rather. Cho Sang-hyuk finishing things off for the Koreans, and it's just the Netherlands adding to the lead right now. This will be the time to beat. And it is the Netherlands, 1:17.18. Korea, 1:19.61. And you know what? The Dutch like that time. They think it may hold up. Second pair has the Canadians
In the second
and the
race,
Norwegians.
men's team pursuit, starting in the crossing
Gold
straight from
against
Country of
bronze
Canada
from last
in
year's
the
World
Champs.
Championships. Anders Johnson, Laurent Dubreuil, and Antoine Gélina-Beaulieu for the Canadians.
And starting in the finishing straight from Norway, Henrik Vigeliuk, Bjorn Magnuson, Havard, Holmfred, Lorentzen.
It's Henrik Ruka. It will be Bjorn Magnuson and Howard Lorentzen. Hofa Lorentzen, pardon me. Finishing things off. Norway, a gold and silver in team sprint this year. Canada, team sprint hasn't exactly been a success for them this year. Not on the podium at all. We will see what being on home ice can do for them. And when you have Laurent Dubreuil there, pulling things around for you, that's not a bad option to have. Antoine Gélina-Beaulieu, we've seen him in mixed relay. We see him in mass start as well. And right now it is the Canadians in front, just 0.06 of a second off the pace set by the Netherlands. And it is Magnuson leading things around. Hofa Lorentzen behind him. Now time for the final exchange, and it is just about everybody doing the sling these days. It is the Canadians now into the green. Antoine Gélina-Beaulieu trying to finish things off. Very even last split there between these two. Final time check coming up, and it is the Canadians adding a couple hundredths of a second. Norway, though, is closing the gap. Lorentzen closing things down. It is going to be close at the line. Who takes it? It is Canada in front by 100th of a second. Norway third by just over 1/10 of a second. And you know what? I missed that entirely. It's back-to-back world records, ladies and gentlemen. The previous world record, it's a bit of a dig, is 1:17.31, held by Canada. And after revising the time a little bit, Canada is tied with the Netherlands, and I believe may have it by the 1,000th of a second. Okay, now we're on top of things. Two more pairs to go. The USA against China.
And representing the United States
Jihan.
will be Austin Kelba, Cooper
Du
McLeod, and Zach Stoppelmoor.
And Ning Zhanyang. Going to take a world record to go. The U.S. with a medal of every color this year on World Cup. They started the year with gold, and that's where they came up with the sling. It was an all-or-nothing move that paid off for them. And they now know it is going to take a world record to go fastest. Both of them in the ballpark right now. China off to a fast start. The U.S. not far behind them. And they're both very close, within a few hundredths of a second of each other as the first skaters go. The U.S., that's a stumble. We'll see how that affects their time. Cooper McLeod in front of Zach Stoppelmoor. China right on with the time set by the Canadians. And it will be Ning Zhanyang to finish things off. Both of them are off the pace a bit right now. The U.S., we did see a stumble there. Stoppelmoor trying to close things up. And And it is still Canada in charge right now, about 0.2 of a second. Ning and Stoppelmore trying to close the gap in the final few strides, and they can't do it. The U.S. 5th, China 4th, 117.39, 117.32. It is still Canada in front. Haven't not been on the podium all season in World Cup in men's team sprint, but peaking when it matters most. So the final pair, Poland and Germany, two sides who have not been on the podium at all this season. There is Poland, Marek Kania, Piotr Michałowski, and Damian Zurek. And Germany has Moritz Klein, Stefan Jamala, and Henrik Dombeck. One more race to determine a world champion. So they're chasing a world record in addition to a world championship. That's Canada and the Dutch at the moment, but the Dutch, I believe it will go to the 1,000th of a second, and it looks like that is Canada's advantage. That's a pretty quick start from Poland, though. They can maintain that pace. They are in business. There is a bit of a ways to go, though. And the first skaters peel off. It is still Poland in front. Germany about 3/4 of a second off the pace. It is now Piotr Michałowski leading for Poland. They are still in the green, but only just by a matter of 0.08 of a second. It was Laurent Dubreuil leading Canada around. One of the best pure sprinters on the planet at the bell. It's now Poland in behind. 0.19 of a second. Damian Zurek trying to close things off. And it's Henrik Dombeck for Germany. Zurek down to 0.1 of a second. It is going to come down to the line as Zurek is closing the gap on the Canadians. Zurek, the final few strides. Poland, and they slip to 5th. 1:17.38. Germany 1:18.79. There are the celebrating Canadians. Double gold in team sprint for Canada. So it will be silver to the Netherlands and Norway for bronze. So after twice hearing the Dutch national anthem earlier, we will now twice hear O Canada to wrap up day one at the ISU Speed Skating Championships. Zurek made it interesting at the final time check, but could not close the gap anymore. First and 5th separated by 0.2 of a second. So Calgary does still hold on to a world record also. Team sprint, of all the events that are raced at a world championships, team sprint is the only one still in Canada. Still in Calgary, rather. Bruce Johnson, Laurent Dubreuil, and Antoine Gelina-Beaulieu. Victory lap. There'll be a podium presentation coming up. Confirmation of the results. No shared gold medal. Canada 1, Netherlands 2, Norway 3. 2 more podium presentations and then I'll be back to sign off day 1 of the World Single Distance Championships from Calgary.
par équipe femme.
The medals will be presented by ISU President Mr. J. Yul Kim. Our top 3 skaters will also receive an iconic custom belt buckle from Calgary's own tributes group, presented by Mark Tewksbury, the Mark Tewksbury, Vice President, Canadian Olympic Committee, and joining them are local athletes, ambassadors of the Special Olympics Canada Winter Games, Leonka Kalua and Ali Price. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, skating a time of 1:26:63. Team Poland, Angelika Wojciak, Iga Wojtaszczak, and Karolina Wosiak. the Canadian National Anthem. Congratulations to Team Poland and Team US and Team Canada for your podium finishers in the women's team sprint. And to say, Canada, we're proud of you is an understatement. We are proud of you. Congratulations once again to our ISU World Speed Championships winners and all the medalists.
Félicitations à tous les médaillés.
And stick around, a little bit more fun yet. The men's 5,000 meter medal presentation momentarily. Team sprint. I stand corrected. Thank you, New Zealanders. While we're waiting for the teams and three countries to come for the medal presentation, just want to remind you, this is a 4-day event. And day one is almost complete. Day two is tomorrow. We're going to kick off around the same time with the women's and the men's team pursuit, followed by the splits. The men's day two. Day three, we're going to have the start semi and final. Flanking the 1,000-meter race. And then on Sunday, we're going to have, I believe, the 5 and 10,000 meter races for the women's and the men, followed by the most grueling distance in the sport of speed skating, Leo, the 1,500 meters. Leo, have you ever had the opportunity to skate the 1,500? And if so, is that your favorite race?
Oh, it's the dreaded 1,500 meter, that middle distance that just burns the legs.
Well, that's going to finish off the 4-day meet. But here and now, in real time, 408 Mountain Time, coming up, the men's team pursuit medal presentation. A deja vu of 1 year ago. present the ISU World Championships victory ceremony for the winners of the men's team sprint.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous présentons maintenant les gagnants du sprint par équipe homme.
The medals will be presented by ISU President Mr. J. Yul Kim. Our top three skaters will also receive, or top three teams rather, will also receive an iconic custom belt buckle from Calgary's own Tributes Group, presented by Mark Tewksbury, Vice President, the Canadian Olympic Committee, and assisting them are local athletes, ambassadors from the Special Olympics Canada Winter Games, Leonka Kalua and Ali Price. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, skating a time of 1:17:31 is Team Norway. Representing Team Norway, Henrik Figueroa Ruko, Bjorn Magnuson, and David Holford Lorentzen. In second place and winner of the silver medal, skating a time of 1:17:17, is the team from the Netherlands, Janu Botman, Jenny de Boer, and Tim Prins. And it doesn't get any closer than this, ladies and gentlemen. In first place and winner of the gold medal, skating a world record time of 1:17:17, is Team Canada. Anders Johnson, Laurent Debrett, and Tojana Bouliou. Congratulations, Canada. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able to celebrate the team gold medal victory of Team Canada and listen to the Canadian national anthem once again. Team Norway, Team Netherlands, Team Canada, congratulations on an exciting men's team sprint. It doesn't get any closer than that. And Canada, we once again are so proud of you, taking the gold medal position.
Back-to-back Canadian defense of Team Sprint World Championships to wrap up day one from Calgary of the ISU Long Track Single Distance Speed Skating Championships. 2 golds for the Netherlands, 2 golds for Canada, 3 more days of action still to come. Tomorrow, team pursuit, women and men, 500 meters as well, and lots more to come this weekend. Until the next time I join you, my name is Gavin Day, everybody. Have a good evening, or have a good day, wherever you may be in the world. Goodbye.
Speed occurred, memories created, and one record broken today, day one at the ISU 2024 World Long Track Speed Skating Championships. What's ahead for the next 3 days? We're about to find out. See you tomorrow for the men's and women's team pursuit and the 500 meters. Thank you for coming. Enjoy what's left of the day, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night. God bless.